Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So I have a miner to fix, and oh, I did not realize I had fixed it. All right. That's cool. I'm gonna make changes anyway, though. So I looked at the numbers for thrust for the large grid small thrusters and the small grid large thrusters. And as far as force goes, oh, sorry. Oh. The amount of force provided is one large grid small is equivalent to two small grid large. And the trade-off is they do use about 30% more power just having the two together like that. So, welcome back. This is the Learning to Survive scenario. I am at the last of the regular tasks, which is to repair the jump drive on the ship and then jump. And after that, the game will become more of a survival, more of a typical survival game where we have to build up industry and then destroy a pirate base. So I'm making these modifications because this design just did not work too well. I think I smashed two of the thruster nacelles. Yeah, I definitely did two. Might have done three. I don't remember at this point. Against walls while I was mining, and it wouldn't be a big deal except that, like, bumps and scrapes are fine, but this did result in the complete destruction of the ion thruster. Which is a shame since I don't have an abundance of thruster components, nor do I have the materials to make them. I had to salvage everything so far. So I'm thinking I'll go with these. Like I said, I'll get the same amount of thrust, just a little bit more expensive power-wise, which is fine because this is not like an endurance craft. I mean, I'm going to go out, use it for, 10, 15 minutes to mine some ore, and then I'll be done with it. So using extra power is not a big deal. And where is the power? 2.27. Okay. All right, let's get a little bit of protection here, as bumping into walls is still a risk. Hmm. Do I'm definitely not going for pretty or interesting. I'm just going for functional. Mostly because I hadn't really wanted to do this at this point. I didn't want to start building ships in industry until after the first jump. But I didn't have enough superconductors to just build it. To just repair the jump drive. All right, let's see. We'll put all right. There we go. Functional and ugly. What more could you ask for? And one other advantage that sold me on this idea is that the number of thruster components required for two small grid large is less than one large grid small. The large grid small requires 80, and each of these require 30, I think it is. Whoa. Oh, that's way smaller. Okay. So yeah, so 24 for each nacelle versus 80. Yeah. So that's what I need. Uh, oh, hello, strange people, new people, strangers. Oh, not done yet. And I still also have to find some gold. Since that is the key ingredient in superconductors. I don't think they use platinum. Let's double check. Production. Oh shit, they do. Oh, superconductors. They do not. Okay, gold and iron. Thrusters use gold too. Okay, I'd actually forgotten that. I knew they used platinum. Platinum's usually the bottleneck.
Energy low.
Almost got a musical quality to it.
Energy critical. No energy.
Oops. All right. Oh, I forgot I used the I-beams on the center. That's okay. All right, those guys are good. Let's get in here. Motors. Pop those out. Those are fine. Let's disconnect. And then do that. Recompile. Run. Stirs. All right. There we go. Cool. All right, let's get this group updated. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we should be good to go. Oh. I guess not. Try it again. All right. Doot. There we go. Very cool. All right. I need cobalt and magnesium. I have like none of that. Oh, right. I did mine some of that. Okay, so let's go around. Right. Cobalt and nickel is what I grabbed. Let's double check. Yeah, cobalt, nickel, a little bit of stone. Okay. So that's actually fortunate grabbing that cobalt first, because that stuff takes for friggin' ever to refine. Carrying anything, are we? Nope. All right, cool. We'll go get this magnesium. I wonder if that's inside, just like the nickel was. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Lights. Ice. Iron. Exposed. Very nice. Magnesium. Alright, well. This does seem like the way to get to all that with the least amount of digging. Oh. Is that uranium? That's uranium. Oh, nice. All right. GPS, uranium, and iron. Nice. All right. Cool. This is... Here we are. More iron. Oh, is this the same tunnel? No, it can't be. It's not even the same asteroid. Wow. Okie dokie. For some reason, I'm not sure of. $15. Yeah, every now and then, I don't know why. I did experience this in the previous stream, thrusters, but they're not giving me full power, even though I have them in full power. Hmm. And it's not that the battery's max, because we're only at 19% consumption. Oh, is this more cobalt right here? I do have a light. Yeah, I think that's cobalt. It's pretty awesome. Right? Yeah. Alright. Just making sure. I often get cobalt and magnesium confused. It's really easy to tell when they're side by side, but if I can only see one or the other, a lot of times I have a hard time identifying which is which. Okay. getting a little frustrated trying to find a good way to get to this magnesium. So think I think what I should do is just go back to the base and then just drill us a hole straight there, which sucks because it just flew all this way, and I don't remember the exact way back. That's annoying. It would be less annoying if my thrusters were working. Let's try this. All right, there's the compact antenna. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with that. All right, magnesium right there. And they're clearly capable of, you know, higher thrust. They're just not doing it. 15 and 100. Oh, okay. Didn't I was kind of 50-50 on whether that was going to work or not. Okay. So that tells me maybe I botched this gear throttle. All right. Open. And maybe I typoed fat fingered the command when I added it to the hotbar. Okay, cool. Problem solved. Magnesium. All right. So I believe I'm still going to be at risk of bumping these nacelles, but with the drastic reduction in size, hopefully, chance of that happening is significantly reduced, and also the severity of consequences will also be reduced. Hopefully. Here we go. think what I should do before anything else, get some space above us here. Just push off with the drills. And then sit back up a little bit. And then make some room. I'm just going to carve out some room to turn around and maneuver and whatnot. I had a feeling it was something like that was going on. All right. There we go. Not quite the spacious, spherical working area I had envisioned, but I guess it's a start. Let's get these. Check the sorter. Whitelist stone, perfect. Definitely don't have as many situational awareness lights as I normally put on a miner. That I am feeling that now. That was not a good decision. I do have the ability to add some though. So let's add one there and one there. All right. And then we'll put one there. Come on. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. Lights. Alrighty. Reset. Light. I eat. It's an I eat light. Area. There we go. And do that. That. Max that. Hey, that's all right. Default. These guys. Let's push them out. Yeah. All right. And never to be seen from again. Perfect. All right. Oh, that's much better. All right. So let's get some more. We're at 47%. Yeah, that's, oh my goodness, that's much better. Oh my. That was not a happy sound. What's going on? Wait, why does this say full? Hang on. Drills. Inventory. The drills are not full. Okay. That's fine. Why are my thrusters not turning? Wait, what? Off. Oh my goodness. No, still not. Why are they not? What is going on? Oh, I got full thrust that time. Why are they not rotating though? All right, there we go. That's good enough. Um, Rotors. Okay. I don't know why are they turning so slowly? Hmm. I mean, this is the speed I really ought to be moving in this tunnel. So it's not that big a deal right now. But I have a thing about things are when things are supposed to do something, I expect them to do something. I was dealing with that this past couple of days with I was working on a tutorial in Unreal, and I got to the part, this part. The guy was like, "All right, we're gonna do this. Put these nodes like this." I'm like, "All right, this all makes sense." And then he showed the result, and I'm like, "All right, cool." And I tried it, and it didn't work at all. I spent like 2 days trying to figure out why, and the very next thing he did, it was just like demonstrating, like, if you want to kind of do this the lazy way, you do it like this, and that's where it wasn't working for me. He's like, but we're not going to do it like that. We're going to do it the right way, which is we're going to delete that, and then we're going to do this. And the second thing that he showed, I followed, and that did work. And my perspective is that, like, there's more to just getting the thing to work. Like, I also want to make sure that, like, if the other thing didn't work, there's a reason for that. And if I don't know why it didn't work, then that means that there might be a bug in the project that I'm not aware of, or who knows? Maybe I've made a mistake somewhere else. Oh my god, this is getting really ridiculous. So, and I went to the forums and asked for some help, and kind of the general response was like, well, you have it working now with this other way. And I'm like, yeah, I do, but that is that was not the point, right? The point, my goal was not to just get something to work. I know, like when I work in Unity, I've been using Unity for, I don't know, 10, 15 years. So I don't, like, I'm very comfortable with, come on, stupid. I'm very comfortable with it. And, when I want to do something, like, I don't really care how, like, I'm familiar enough with my options and my choices and what the differences are, that if I grab something and it doesn't work, and then I grab something else and it does, I know what the differences are between the two different things, and what the implications are, and whether or not it matters or not. And most of the time it doesn't matter, but I understand the choice that I've made. Whereas in this case, I'm very new to Unreal, so the whole idea of, like, well, this other thing works, so don't worry about that. And I'm like, no, I'm trying to learn this. I'm not at that point yet. So, yeah, a little frustrating. Kind of feel like that here, right? All right, how are we doing? Get lined up. There we go. I need to be a little more closer. There. And a little bit. See, that's a problem. That is a freaking problem. 9. No. So I've got them on low power now. Alright, well. Come on. Come on, I need to go backwards. Oh my god, this is fucking awful. I wonder if it's literally because of the small grids. It's not something I've really done a whole lot of. I mean, it doesn't really look like they're scraping anything. I'm so used to dampeners cutting off at like 2 meters per second that I didn't realize my dampeners were actually off. Come on, move forward. Oh my goodness. Holy smokes. I've not done small fuck. Here. There we go. Oh, I'm a stone.
Inventory full.
That's got nickel and silicon in it. Need that. Yeah, I've not done small thrusters on large grids very often. So who knows? Alright, why are they making that horrible noise? Do they not have enough stuff to do? Do that. No, I guess that's just the noise they make. Okay. I always associated that with them being not having enough power. No, yeah, see, they don't make that noise. Alright, let's go to the cargo law. No, wrong one. This one. Here we go. Okay. At the refineries. Let's put stone in first. And then scrap. Alright, cool. Alright. I don't know what to do about that. I've never really had that. Well, I've never really had that problem. Alright. Hmm. Okay. Right on. I'm gonna step away from that for a second and go try and find some gold. Don't need those right now. or that one, or that one. All right, cool. So, right. What do we have? I see iron. Uranium and iron up there. All right, cool. Let's have a look at this one. What's this? Ice? Yep. Some ice. Oh, that's uranium again. Okay, cool. Looks like some cobalt down there. I think I just saw some iron. Cobalt, yep. And oh, it's ice. Oh, yep, there it is, ice. Okay. Cobalt and ice. Right. That's where we are stationed right now. Let's go look at this one. Oh, I see something. Oh, that might be a false alarm. Yep, I think that's just the skybox. Yep. All right. What else? Oh, there we go. Is that gold or is that nickel? I think that's gold. Gold, iron, and ice. Yep. Fantastic. That's what I need. Gold, iron, and ice. Perfect. It's curious. I thought, yeah, when I was heading over here, there was this small cluster of gray asteroids, and then I saw this kind of whiter one. And I remember making the comment that I wanted to go to that one. How the hell did I end up over here? Yeah, if I'd gone to the one I meant to go to, I'd have found the gold I needed right away. Huh. Is that magnesium? Or no, it's cobalt, right? All right. Where are the blues? All right, they're over there. 2 antennas in the park. Okay. So, oh, there's a mayday. Wait a minute. Cool. Okay. Oh, what happened to all my power? Depleted in 2 minutes. I It's everything out of power. Uh oh. Oh no. All right, let's check the hydrogen tank. It is 30%. Oh, it's at 30%. That's why everything's out of power. Okay. Turn that off. There we go. All right, the ice manager. It'll turn you on. 30%. Yeah, make hydrogen. I caught that when I was reviewing the video or the footage from the previous stream. I was like, why did I shut all that stuff off? I needed hydrogen. Oh, that's a new one. Why are you red? Alright, you're not on stockpile either. You're not topping off either. Did I disconnect that? Not reconnect it? Oh. Oh no, wait. Why am I? What the fuck? Alright, wait a minute now. It's connected to this cargo, which is connected to a conveyor. Which is why this has power. Or not just power, but... Oh no. Not conveyor it out. Is there damage somewhere? Alright, that's good. That. Oops. Right. Minor overload. Why is there an overload? Binary 2.8 megawatts. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 8 plus 3.2. That's 11.2. Oh well. That's why. I thought these used less. I think when I took my measurements, the speed modules were not attached. That's got to be what it was. Okay. All right. No problem. Um, oops. Okay, so this battery is recharging. Yes. And this guy. Battery. Let's put those on recharge. 2 hours. Stored power 2.9. Oh, that's kilowatt. Oop. All right, yeah. Well, that was a pretty bad miscalculation there. Oh, hello, people. Hey, Robert. Oh, you're on vacation. Congratulations. All right. How we doing down here? Here. 7,000 cobalt. That's nice. Another set. Okay. Hey, that's all right. Let's get over here and stone. Oh, good. All right. Magnesium. That. There we go. I'm glad you got to watch it for longer than 5 minutes. That's good. To be honest, that's about as long as most people watch anyway. So you're right. You're right on the average. All right, magnesium is now working. Of course, most of these refineries are off. I think only this one is on. Yeah, off, off. Right. Well, what do I want to do about this? Um, this is a setback. This part sucked because this is what I was planning on using. All right, 836. They hold 300 or 3,800. It's not a lot. And I do not understand what is going on with these thrusters. I'm just gonna grind the whole thing down. I don't want to, but the ship's useless if I can't get the things to work, and I don't know what the problem is. So um, I've spent more time than I think I should have to try and troubleshoot them. So time to move on. We'll write it off. I have a blueprint of it, um, which worked fine. Didn't have that issue with the blueprint. So who knows? Who knows what the problem is? Let's go ahead and just turn that off for now. It does suck though. those large grid drills in the cargoes are really like that. Damn, especially right as I need to go and get uranium. $24. And I'm pretty sure I don't have enough to put fixed thrust on here. I'll double check. I'll double check the numbers. Okay. I'm holding 48. And I need 4. There's just no way. Because I don't think I have any, do I? Thruster component 112 plus 48 is 160. Load up for 2. I need 4. Alright, I guess I'll cannibalize. Yeah, I'll do like this. So we've got a down. No real place to put a reverse. Alright, we've got an up. And a down. Or a forward. Let's make that a forward. And get rid of that.
Inventory full.
Of course it is.
Inventory full.
All right. We have a down, so now we need an up. All right. We've got down and up, left and right, forward. If I move this to there, then I have my backward. This is the easy one. Good. 5. Do that. I don't think. Oh, yeah, there it is. There we go.
Energy low.
No. I refuse to accept that. That program. Right. And VLT. Edit. Inventory light. There we go. That is all still correct. Yep. Good to go. So now I have place for a reverse. All right, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, and the other playthrough, it's not a script, it's a mod. The one for scanning for the ores. It's called radio spectrometry. And yeah, it's a mod that you add, and it comes with an LCD script as well. And then when you have to install the mod, of course, to get that. And then on the LCD, when you look under the apps or the scripts, I think it's just called radio spectrometry, and that's what gives you the waveform and the little interference, the spectra marks. I forget what the term is for those, but yeah. Sorry, it took me a minute to see your comment there.
Energy critical.
32. 48. And 80. Okay. That was interesting. The way it sank down. All right, what the hell was it doing? Oh, right. Power. There we go. Okay. Well, just got these finished, but I need the pieces and the parts. Okay. There we go. Fully recharged, 1 hour. Okay. Well. Oh, I guess I can turn this back on. I am going to use this after all. Yeah, I agree. It is very tedious to fly to asteroids. Um, when you're just trying to find the ore and stuff. Yeah, and I like there are plenty of mods out there that will give you like a ore detector, 10-kilometer range or whatever. And I feel that's just a little cheesy. You know, I like the radio spectrometry mod because there's an element of player skill involved. You've got to learn how to read it, and there's also a little bit of it's not always 100% correct or accurate. So like you have to learn how to just to discern the signal from the noise, which I really like, you know. And in exchange for that, you can look at asteroids and see what's in them. So yeah, I agree. Just flying from asteroid to asteroid, hoping to find what you need is tedious and dull. I suppose I should put a cockpit back on this thing. Oh, right. Large grid only has 2. It's a shame. All right. My mining brick seems to be ready. I still have the lights on all 4 corners. Cool. Ion thrusters. Alrighty. Oh, right. I destroyed the cockpit, so connector. This is the miner for docking. Yes, no, no, and no, there. Unlock. That's fine. We all knew that was going to happen. All right, this. Oh, yeah, I don't need that anymore, do I? That's why the space wasn't working out. Okay. Yep, I could have put the forward thruster there and then the up thruster over here. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, forgot I wasn't going to need that one. Right, so, thrusters. Thrusters and gyros. Name, go away. And then gyros. All right. This is nothing. Cockpit, main, sure. We don't need to lock targets. Don't need that. I don't need to see this. All, nor that. I don't even need to see this. Okay. Here, battery recharge on and off. Thrusters on, thrusters off. I need docking and we can put the lights on, and then over here we'll do drills on off. That one will let us excavate, and then next we'll do the ejector on off, which will let us get rid of the tailings. And I don't think I put an order detector on here. I did not. Okay. Let's go ahead and redock. And so as soon as I disconnect, I should lose all those ore signals. Oh, I bet I don't, because my personal radio, no, that's off too. Wait a minute. How am I receiving that information? Yeah, the technology of space engineers stops making sense almost immediately if you look closely at any of it, because the technology levels is really inconsistent. I choose to just ignore it. But yeah. So my radio is off. There's no antenna on this. I ground it off. So while they're connected, I should get that information. But if I disconnect, I shouldn't get that information anymore. All right, battery. 1 megawatt. All right, 30% power. That's fine. Here we go. Yeah, this is a lot more responsive. The traditional, like, fixed direction, fixed thrust does just work better in space engineers. I just, I never liked the fact that I had to have engines pointing in every way I wanted to go. I always thought that was kind of dumb. And I like the fact that the vector thrust, they actually move. They look cool, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, I've seen many people, comment on the technology and space engineers, well, if we have this, then we should be beyond that, and if we're at that, then this is beyond, like it just doesn't match up. Um, but yeah, I just choose to ignore it. Where the hell did that come from? Is it hiding? What is that? Stone. Nobody cares about you, Stone. All right, here we go. Yeah, we'll turn the filter back on since, as I said, nobody cares about you, Stone. I kind of wish that, just like how the radio spectrometry mod includes, I hate to call it a mini game, but that is kind of what it is, right? It's like literally you as the player literally have to have some skill at doing the thing, and I like that, and I kind of wish that hacking did something similar. Not the like the signal to noise spectroscope similar, but just I wish you had something to do that involved a little bit of player skill that you could possibly fail at or whatever. That would be really cool. I've actually thought a lot about that. Almost since I first started playing Space Engineers. Well, actually, no, not since I first started playing, but since I first started modding, I've been thinking about how to crack that nut. And I'd been thinking, actually, of doing something like when you open the terminal menu on a block that you want, like if you want to hack a block, you open the terminal menu, and that would be a change because you can't normally do that if you don't already own the block. But you would open the menu for the terminal window for the block, and then you would have like you could have like a number guessing game, over under, and you get so many chances. And then for like some stuff that's supposed to be easy to hack, it might be like 3 digits or 2 digits. And then for something harder to hack, like a console chair or reactor or something, you might be like 8 digits or something. Or every time you fail, like if you fail after say however many guesses, um, and it gets another digit on your next attempt or something like that. I always thought that would be kind of interesting. And I say number guessing, but the number guessing game, there's actually a method to solving it. So 58%. Great, 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 great. Part of the reason I never built it was because I never came up with a an idea that I was super satisfied with. Um, I thought the number guessing thing was kind of cool because it's hacking and cryptography related. Um, so thematically, it was kind of there, but it's not terribly complicated. And at the time that I was really kind of thinking about it, there were at least two other mods I knew of that were designed to make hacking uh, easier, I guess. Oh shit! Just realized something. This is probably wrong, isn't it? No. All right. Well, cool. Wait a minute. 16.5. 6 and 20. Okay. All right. Cool. 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 Anyway, yeah, there were a couple of other hacking mods out there, and I kind of felt like, I guess you could say, like the market was saturated, and most people I figured would either want the one that just hacks the entire grid for you, which I see a lot of people use, or I have seen a lot of people use in on like playthroughs and stuff online, or the other one, which I don't remember if it was the second incarnation of that, or if there was just another mod that, I feel like there was another mod that made it. It sort of made it harder, but it made it different. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, I was like, there are already two out there doing basically the same thing. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Of all the problems I've seen people mention with space engineers and the complaints and all that, many of which I have expressed and, you know, um, agree with or agree with. Um, the the mini game for ore detection, I've never faulted the developers for that. I think that's an extremely creative solution to a problem that honestly you can't really know is a problem until after you like oh, using an order detector to find stuff is boring and sucks is an assessment you can't make until you have a game that has the ore detector in it. So I 100%, I don't blame them for not having something like that, um, because some things you just have to discover, and that's part of game development. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, we are fortunate. Yeah, the modding community is massive. I don't know why I'm going over there. That ship's not conveyored up to the refineries. Maybe maybe we should take this stuff to the refineries instead. That might get things moving along a little bit better. And there we go. Whoa. Oh, man. I was not moving slow there. Boy, I got really lucky. Okay. Sorter off. Keep my lovely stone, if there's any in there. Thrusters off. Battery on recharge. And connect. Inventory. Here. The ship. Hide empty. Cargo. 240. All right, we're half full. That one, there. Oh man, that was so many. Almost. Wow, 600,000. I was gonna say almost a million, but I mean, only in the barest technical sense is 0.6, almost 1, right? Still, that's awesome. I need to go get some of that yummy gold and uranium now. What's my battery look like? 900. All right, that's cool. I think it's just at 1 megawatt when I left, so I used 10%. That's not bad. Now, gold and uranium will take longer to mine because the yield is lower. That's okay. Where is it? Uranium is over there. Let's get some of that. Because if it comes down to it, I can build a reactor. I think I can build a reactor. I need silver for that, I believe. I don't know if I have any silver. I have some medical components I can break down, but I don't know what the conversion rate's like. Still, that's one, like figuring out how to build a reactor is one problem. Fueling it's another. So if I at least get the uranium, then if I run out of power, instead of 2 problems, I'll only have 1. So, oh yeah, smash. All right, here we go. 1 and on. Yeah. I think Robert, what you said is pretty. I think that's pretty insightful, right? You can't really blame the creators of a game for not including all the improvements to the game that modders have made, for a couple of reasons, right? Because some of those things, like the radio spectrometry, are improvements that even the creators really can't become aware of until the game exists in the first place. So, so there's that. And then, the Keen team that worked on this game is around. I don't know. Honestly, I think there's really. I think the team was about 20 people, and I honestly think only about 7 or 6 of those people were actual programmer engineer people. And you compare that to the hundreds of modders. There's just no way that team is going to have the sort of creative and productive level of output that a couple hundred modders are going to have. And that's not even considering the different levels of rigor that are involved. When you make a game as a professional, the code has to be, as a modder, you can slap something together, and as long as it works, fantastic, right? But as a developer, if you're going to put your game on a platform like Steam or Xbox or whatever, or even just sell it, and that it's going to get used on Windows boxes on lots of different hardware, all over the world. Like, you have to write your code a little bit better than is necessary um, when modding, and you have to test it a lot more as well. So, even setting aside the raw manpower differences between the number of modders and the number of programmers, um, the level of effort is just different. It's just the way it is. And I think it's nice to see that you said that, because a lot of gamers don't realize that. A lot of modders don't realize that, and it's an easy pit to fall, or trap to fall into, to be like, well, these guys figured it out. These guys came up with this great solution, and it works. It's been tested. Like, for example, the radio spectrometry mod. Like, people will be like, that's a great solution, and it's been around for a long time, so it's had a lot or all the bugs worked out. Add it to the game, and a lot of people don't realize, like, that's a pretty tall order, because even though all the bugs have been worked out in the mod, integrating that code into the game is pretty complex, and it's more than just copy paste, which a lot of people, especially gamers who don't know shit about programming, think that that's what Keen has done. Like, oh, they copied that mod. They just, they stole that from the workshop or whatever. All that crap. So, yeah. So that's pretty insightful what you're mentioning. I don't know what your background is as far as programming, but yeah, that's very true. You can't necessarily blame the creators. There's plenty you can blame on the creators, but I think in this context, you can't really. 15%, good grief, come on. And that one tiny stone. Hmm. I almost have a mind to add some more drills to this thing. I'm not I'm not sure I see a reason not to. I have the resources. Kind of think I should. Yeah. You know what? It doesn't really matter how you get the insight. If you got it, more power to you. I like to say sometimes that many roads lead to the same destination. So, you know. Like, I've had conversations with people, and they'll be like, you know, here's some state of my life, right? I'm dating so and so, or about to get married, or just got XYZ job, or just lost job, whatever, And they'll be like, and there was this one point, like 5 years ago, or last year, or 10 years ago, or when I was a kid, where, I did this, and if I just done that, just slightly different, or I went left, and I could have gone right, or just whatever. And they're like, uh, everything would have been totally different. Like, I know someone who, what was it the other day? We were talking, and there were two sides to it, because the fact that we met was what I was thinking about. Because she was like, she came from overseas to America, and she was like, it's pure chance that I came to America, I I could have ended up in Australia, and that if you go to one, you're not gonna run into someone from the other happenstance, right? It's not like they're adjacent. Uh, and then at the same time, um, I forget, I genuinely forget what it was I had been thinking of at the time, but there was a decision I had made because we met in a small town, and I was like, if I had like waited 1 week to make the same decision or something like that, or if I'd not made that decision, if I'd gone, it was a career choice or something. Anyway, um, I would never have been in that small town. I would never even been in this state, right? Um, as a fair chance, I wouldn't even be in the United States. I'd have left. So I was like, it's so unusual because we both had these two choices, right? That could have resulted in vastly different paths, And but what I was telling her, I was just like, but you never know, right? Many roads lead to the same cities, right? And sometimes you can get to the same place a completely different way as someone else. It was like we still might have met. Maybe you'd made that one choice and ended up in Australia, and if I'd made the other choice, you know, I'd almost guaranteed ended up in Europe, and I might very easily have gone to Australia, or moved there or something like that. So it's kind of funny how that happens. Hmm. Oh, the yield is so slow on this. Yeah, hindsight is 2020. Yeah, that's for sure. Man. Oh, yeah. It's all conveyed correctly. It just yield is just really low. So I had been thinking, because I think that mining is probably very boring to watch, especially if you have to do a lot of it, like I'm doing right now. Um, and I'd been thinking or toying with the idea of just doing this mining, off stream. For every spider you see, there are seven nearby that you don't see. Oh, I mean, sure. I don't have a problem with that. They do make me slightly uncomfortable, but you know, we have an agreement. So you guys stay outside, and I'll stay inside. I respect what you do. Just you got your space, I got mine. Um, I was just worried it might bite my kitty. The whole reason I didn't do my mining off stream was because I had that vector thrust vehicle, or because this was a vector thrust vehicle, and I'd already had two catastrophes with it in the previous stream, which with truthfully, and I hope it doesn't sound like I'm boasting, because I'm not. Just that's just not common for me. Like I use vector thrust vehicles a lot. I'm very familiar with them. I wouldn't claim to be an expert, but I am familiar with the problems that can cause the problem that I had. How they spin, like when you're in enclosed environments, and I know better. Um, so uh, so that was very embarrassing. But my thinking was, I assume through the principle of mediocrity that I'm no more special or any less special than anyone else. So when I watch streams and I see the person who's doing the playthrough having a hard time, or not a hard time, but like they're doing something and then there's a boom, right? Not that I'm happy that they're having a problem, but seeing them handle the problem is usually the more interesting, right, thing to watch. And so, given that I'd already had two problems with this vehicle in the previous stream, I thought, no, I won't do any mining because chances are I'll make more mistakes and people will probably enjoy seeing that. Whoops. So, but as it turns out, the first thing I did was grind down. Or I guess the second thing I did was get rid of all the vector thrust nacelles. So it turned out not to be very interesting after all. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can have tons of knowledge on something and still miss the most simple problem. Yeah, that's very true. I was dealing with a problem in Unreal the other day. I mentioned it earlier. I think it was before you were in the stream, where I actually thought that might be the problem. Yeah, I was trying to solve something, and as best as I could tell, I hadn't done anything wrong. I was following a tutorial for Unreal, and as best as I could tell, I hadn't done anything wrong. Everything I had done looked the same as the what the guy in the video was doing, but my results were not the same. And I was actually wondering, like, because I was on the Discord asking questions. I'm like, it's not working. I don't know why. I don't know what I've done different. I'm taking screenshots. I'm like, see, this is the thing, and screenshot from the video and screenshot from my software. And I was genuinely like concerned that there was something I was just blind to, but it was like right there that they were going to come back and be like, you're literally putting your code in the wrong file or something like that. It's going to feel so stupid. uh, on the bright side, that would have been nice to when something like that happens, you feel stupid, but at least you've got your solution to the actual problem. What actually happened was they came back. They were like it was an exchange over a couple days, and it's like nobody could actually help me. So, which is very unsatisfying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the thing about programming is there's sometimes it seems like I don't know. I've run into it more in game development than in anywhere else, but there are just some things. There's just some problems that like let me figure out where I need to go. Um, Park. Oh Jesus, there it is. Yeah, there's sometimes there are some problems that you just never solve, or you don't solve. Like I remember when I was just getting into game development and I was learning Unity, and this would have been about 15 years ago, and um, I was bouncing back and forth. I was writing games like Java, JavaScript, C Sharp, and Unity, Android, uh, just anything I could get a hold. Hell, I wrote a game in HTML5 and CSS, and I guess in JavaScript, jQuery. But anyway, there were things, especially in Unity, which is a pretty complicated package. It's a great tool. It's not actually like it's complicated, but it's I don't know. I don't actually think it's complicated, but I think most people will anyway. There were things on games that I was working on that I just never figured out, and yet there were other things that like I had no problems doing, and I couldn't remember what any of them are. But sometimes it'd be like I'd get to the end of the project, like you work on something, you run into a problem, and then you're like, okay, you know what? Let's just move on to something else. And maybe in the process of doing something else, I'll have an epiphany, or I'll, especially in the beginning, when your overall knowledge of the application, like the Unity application, might not be too deep, right? And you're like, well, maybe by the time I get further on, I'll have learned enough additional information to realize what mistake I've made, and I'll come back and fix it. And there are things that just never happened, and to this day, like I don't know why it didn't work, and I never figured it out, and that kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Oh, I have some iron. That's nice. Yeah, yeah. Finally conquering that problem does feel really satisfying. I agree. I agree. Just like finishing a project. Um, I know just about everyone I know who has a technical inclination has at some point expressed an interest in making a video game, and I'm always super encouraging and supportive. Um, Even though, are those the ones I ground down? Wait a minute. Yeah. Even though I know that probably conservative estimate is 99% of all games that people start are never completed. And I don't like to share that with people who are actually starting a game, because I want to be like encouraging. Um, and it's always like, and I'm sure I did this too. I don't remember what the first game I designed was, but I have no doubt I probably did the same. I was like, all right, I'm going to make a video game. I'm going to learn how to make video games, and it's going to be an FPS shooter like Halo, but there's going to be like, you're going to be in a city like Grand Theft Auto, and you can run around, and there's going to be lots of NPCs everywhere. And then if you want, you can like get in a spaceship, and you can go into space, and you can fly around like Elite Dangerous, right? But the ships are all like, you can build them out of blocks like space engineers. And so like, and it's like, you don't know what you're saying, right? You're just excited about this grand, awesome idea you have. And it's like, that's just never going to work. And so when I've had friends who've been like, I want to learn how to make video games, and this is my idea, I'm like, there's a 99% chance you're going to fail. Like, I don't tell them this, but in my head, I'm like, there's a 99% chance you're going to fail your first game. You're not fail, but you're not going to complete it for various reasons. You're going to get bored. You're going to get stuck. Other things in your life will take precedence. You discover you freaking hate programming, whatever. And then, and that's ignoring the complete scope of the game you've outlined, which is already going to be like 100% guarantee of failure, because you just described a AAA game that would take like a game that would take a AAA studio like 10 years to make, with a team of 100, because, you smush together 4 AAA titles or whatever. I don't tell people that, when they come to me like, hey, I want to do this. But I am like, make a small game. Pick an old 80s arcade game and make it. Don't change anything. Just make it exactly. Don't worry about the graphics. Just make the exact same. Make Space Invaders or Asteroids or whatever. Asteroids is what I always do, as like my hello world on a new platform. And I'm like, do that. Because the most important thing you can do is finish it, right? It'll feel so good. You'll learn so much. You can't level up that experience until you finish it. But you got to finish. So make finishing as easy as possible. So make a small game. And nobody ever listens to me. That's okay. I didn't listen either. Oh, what happened? Now it went to 0. Wait a minute. What's going on here? It was 900 a second ago. Well, or was it 900? No, it wasn't 900 watts. I'm doing abysmal on my power management. That much seems pretty clear. anyway, I imagine restoring motorcycles is probably similar in the sense of like actually finishing like a restoration is probably extremely satisfying. Because I cannot imagine the amount of work that truly goes into that. I used to watch some of these shows that I forget what it's called, but like they basically would take a car that was a piece of crap, and then they take it out to their shop and they literally cut it down and rebuild it to like a street racer and make it look all cool and stuff. And it's amazing. And but I know full well that that 60-minute episode probably covered months of work. I don't actually know how much, but I know it was more than the 60 minutes, or the week or whatever. I assume it was more than a week. Um, so I assume restoring motorcycles is probably similar, and I can only imagine that that's got to feel really good, when you finish. Let's get rid of this. I don't think I need this. This. Oh, all right. All right. Need that. Here we go. Cool. This thing actually worked surprisingly well. Genuinely surprised how well it worked.
Inventory full.
Okay. Oop. You too. There we go. Oh, I had some damage on here. It's all right.
Inventory full.
Shit.
Inventory full.
Yep. Yep. I'm a bit like that myself. I've always been like everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, right? Um, I've always been comfortable with technology. Phones come out and you get a new one, and you get it figured out. Whoops, wrong one. That's just life. And um, but I've run into that. I started flying about a year ago, and in order to do that, there's a tool. There's an application that runs on your iPad called ForeFlight, and it'll have like it has like weather information and map information and airport information and runway information and airspace information, all kinds of like stuff. It's like it's an industry standard. Everyone uses it, whether you're flying, tiny little general aviation aircraft, or whether you're, a professional 747 flyer, pilot, or whatever. Like, it's the be all end all of. Oh, is there anything in here? Of tools. Ooh, should have drained that. And I'm not an Apple person, so in order to learn to fly, I also had to learn how to use an iPad, which kind of sucks because I have like zero experience with Apple products, and they they're just not intuitive to me. I know many people love them, and that's fine. I know they are very intuitive to many people, but they're not intuitive to me. So that's been a real challenge. So I get where you're coming from. Everyone has their strengths and their weaknesses. Like you mentioned, your friend. Yeah, you can be really smart about one thing, and then I don't want to say dumb, but just like something else, just it's just not a thing for you. So like that too. This is a big tank to waste all that hydrogen in, but uh,
Energy low.
I guess I don't know if it's worth the effort. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give it a shot. Put one of these. Then I'm gonna see if I can just build something here and then use my face to literally push it in. Five. Maybe it'll be exciting. We'll see. Yeah, ignorant is the right word, but it does sound harsh. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Didn't I? Oh, I think my brain was on autopilot there. I think I grabbed what I needed, then put them back. It's funny. There we go.
Energy critical.
There. Oh, is that all was missing? Yeah. How nice. All right, let's get topped up on power. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. And here we go. Face. More face. Yeah, maybe. A little bit. No. All right, let's see here. Boom. There we go. uh, Yeah. Yeah, everyone learns different, right? Stockpile. Let's do this. You can stockpile. Boop. There we go. Hey, Lulu. And I never really, this never really occurred to me, but I recently started thinking, or started holding the opinion that I think not only does everyone learn differently, but I think the way you learn can actually change over time. Because empty, okay. I remember when I started learning Unity, what I did was I basically just swam in YouTube videos and tutorial videos, and then making projects and following along. And I did buy a couple books, but I never read them. Uh, and I'm trying to learn Unreal now, and I even watching the video method that I used for Unity, it's it's not coming as easily to me. Like before, it was kind of like I couldn't get enough. Like I would watch videos 24/7. Every waking moment. I was just trying to consume more information, learn as much as possible, as fast as possible, get as many things done, just to get over that learning curve. And now, like with Unreal, I'm just like, I don't know. It's just so much. It's I want to say it's harder. Not that Unreal is harder. It's just there's a that drive that I had is gone. I'm not sure if I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if maybe I'm just fucking tired. But yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay, that little guy is gone now. He's good to go. How's my battery doing over here? Are you charged? You got some power? What? That's all? Happy about that. All right. Um let's let's make a reactor. Yep. Uh there we go. I don't know why I did that. Reactor. Boop. All right, give me the pieces. Do you have reactor components? You do. Oh, I had a quota of 3 and had accumulated 6. Man, living the high life. All right, you guys, give me. How many did I need? Oh, 94. Okay, so 100 total. All right, let's update that. Reactor 100. Boop. Production. All the expensive stuff, huh? Let's get rid of, let's see. Silver 6.67 per. 1.67 per. So each one of these could make like 5 of these roughly. I have 15. That would be about 75 roughly. That is just not enough. So I need silver, and actually I don't think I have any gravel either, do I? I don't. It's the only way to get gravel from survival kits, or do refineries give you? I'm not sure. All right, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot more ways to learn these days, which is really cool. Um, oh man, that's fast. Yeah, having the option, like you've got the world's knowledge at your in the palm of your hand through your phone, and then like you said, you've got videos on YouTube. You got forums on Reddit. Many people who make like tutorials or learning material on YouTube. Many of those people also have like a Discord forum, so you can get on and talk to the creator or just other experts, and ask questions. It is really amazing. I don't want to say there's like no excuse to not know something that you want to know, um, because there's always exceptions and extenuating circumstances. But in general, there's no real excuse not to know something you want to know. Go, cargo, you, to do, to do. What? Oh shit! It's full. All right. You know what? I don't care. Let's. These aren't even on, are they? No, they're still off. Okay. Binary here. This one. Stone. Oh, gravel. Oh, okay. So they can make gravel. All right. Cool. And let's see. I forgot all these resources are over here. The other ship doesn't see them. So I still don't have silver or gold. Cargo. Uranium is what I got. I need to get the gold. Okay. Got it. Okay. Right on, right on. Binary. This is the one that's running. No, let's do on this ship. Damn it. Inventory on this ship. Empty that guy. All right. Refinery. Number 1 right there. Perfect. So I have 8 minutes of thrust. Oh my god. That's just not gonna fly. All right. Current input 2 megawatt. Stored power 450 kilowatt. All right. It's a bit wasteful. But I think what I'm going to do is build another battery on the craft. I should have the resources for that. Steel. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm full. Okay. Yep. One battery right down there. Put him like so. Steel. Oh. Oh yeah. You know what else? I'm gonna add those drills. I'm I'm getting kind of impatient. I'm gonna add those other drills. I think that's a great idea. Yep. Drill. 1, 2. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's funny you mentioned that. How 30 years ago, the way you learn things is you kind of have to wait until you run into the person who knows the thing. Uh, very early in my career, um, it was like actually it was my first. I guess depending on how you look at it, it's either my first or my second professional job. I worked in a lab, a simulation lab. Sweet. And the day I was hired, there was only 3 people on the team, and even and the location. And the day I was hired, the other 2 people were leaving for a business trip for 2 weeks. So they were like, show up every day if you feel like it, and here's some books over here on the things that we do. Read any of them that you feel like, or don't. That's cool. And try not to burn the place down. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Have a nice time. And so I found myself in a situation where I had an abundance of time and nothing to do. And that was right around when Wikipedia came out. So I spent 2 weeks looking up everything, literally anything I could think of that I'd ever been told by my parents as a kid, or that I'd ever heard while I was in school, like in elementary school, grade school, or that a teacher, again, like in primary school, had ever told me. Like all those things that are just like, well, I heard this about this celebrity, or this weird fact or that weird fact or whatever, or even things like you can't turn the light on in the car at night because it's against the law. That kind of things your dad will tell you. Um, Anything I could think of for 2 weeks. Actually, I continued well after those guys after they came back on that job. Um, I continued to do that, and it was so funny the number of things that I discovered that I was just like, wow. It was a very like never meet your heroes type of moment, because I learned like so many things my parents had told me were just not true, or they weren't really true, like they were true in a very small like edge case sort of scenario. Um, it was kind of eye opening, right, to realize like how much of the information that we have It's just wrong, you know. All right, here, off, there, yes, no, that one. All right, so that's all good. Let's, all right, we're not attached, so let's update. This needs to become the batteries, recharge, off. Everything else should be the same. Oh, I should add the lights back on. 5. Yep. So this will help. Cool. Here, lights, light. There we go. You, and you. All right. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Here. Copy, reset, replace. DDD. Okay, cool. Aren't there? Oh, that's weird. There we go. So this 3 and 5. There we go. Perfect. Yes, I know. I need to repair the jump drive. All right, proxy and okay, battery. All right, why are they not? Ooh, that's not good. There we go. 1.37. So that one's basically dead. Okay, that's lovely. 25 minutes of power, though. That'll work. All right, get these lights on so I can see. That's awesome. Where is that gold? Where are they? Are 3 kilometers that way. Yeah, urban legends. Yeah, it's true. And if you're lucky and you get a good you develop a good sense of critical thinking, I guess you could say, is the way I want to put that. You learn very quickly, when people make any sort of questionable claim or amazing claim, to ask for sources, or cite references or whatever, or just look it up immediately. I remember I did that at work one time. Some guy, this was a long time ago, and he made some claim, and I think I hurt his feelings, which I actually felt bad about because I wasn't trying to challenge him. I was in whatever he had told me. I found extremely interesting, and I was like, "Oh, that's amazing," and I wanted to look it up to learn more. I immediately turned to my desk and Googled it, and I think he kind of took it like I was doubting him, which I felt bad about because I really wasn't. But yeah, and that does make urban legends kind of hard to survive, which I think is good. I remember when I discovered Snopes, which was one of the original, fact checkers of urban legends or really anything. That was amazing because you could go and look up all the crap you'd ever heard in high school about, whatever. Was this true? Did it actually happen? And the nice thing was that they'll explain like, all right, here's the legend, right? And then they'll be like, here are variations of it, and here are the pieces that are true, or here are the pieces that are false, and here's maybe where some of that legend came from, and whatever. I really enjoy that kind of stuff. All right, there's my marker, and there's my gold. Sweet. Let's get down here. We'll turn on the sorter, turn on the drills, and it is time for lunch. Here we go. Let's carve a nice little chunk out of this. Oh, I need to update this. Because this only sees, yeah, the 2 drills, and there we go, all 4. So I think that's all there was. It's just this little amount here, which is a shame. Still, this should be more than enough to make lots of superconductors. Oh, that's just about everything. All right. Well, that's all the gold that was there. $38 meters. Oh, that is this location. Okay. All right. So there's no more gold. That's a shame. Oops. Since we are suffering from power issues and using hydrogen engines to supplement our power, I'm going to pick up some more ice. I know I saw there was like 23 or 32,000 ice on the refinery platform, but I'm here. So I'll pick up a little bit extra. Ice is a high yield, so I'll take but a scoop or two and I'll be good. Here we go. 23, see, 24, 29, 22. Yeah, that is a lot. That's plenty. All right, cool. And all right, so uranium, iron and ice. That's lovely. Uranium, iron, cobalt, ice. Sure would be great if there was some silver around here. But if I build, I wish there was a way to know actually how much, like, how much power draw short am I? You know. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah. There's a mod I use, or that I always include in my games, but I don't often use. I forget what it's called, but it shows you like your power consumption and all that. Mayday, 9 kilometers. Is that? Oh, that is the jump drive. Okay. But it looks like that mod's not in the game. I did try to keep it pretty mod light and only the absolute essentials, which is basically a little bit of aesthetic stuff because aesthetics are essential. And then build vision, build info, the ability to run scripts. That's huge. And then I didn't do it on purpose. It was actually I forgot to even check. Whoops. But I've also got a couple of plugins too for the one is toolbar manager. Oh, I forgot I had that. And then there's the multi-grid projector, and then the last one is the tool switcher, which is how I can have one spot and just cycle through my tools. Those are the only 3 plugins I use, and they're only here because I forgot in the first session to disable the plugins, and everything worked. So I was like, okay, well, if they work, I'll keep using them. Cobalt and ice, uranium and iron. Superconductors use gold and iron, and that's all I need. Thrusters use platinum and gold, and reactor components use silver and I think cobalt. Okay. Yeah, watching people learn something can be really challenging. Looks like a lot of ice. Well, I'll tell you about that. And you ask why I don't alt middle mouse. There's actually a reason I don't do that. And that is because the mouse that I have won't do that. I don't know why. I have I don't know what the hell it's called. It's a Logi. I don't know if it's a Logitech, whatever. It's whatever kind of mouse I had. And it was fantastic. And I used it for about, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. It was great. And then it died. And then I was like, okay, I need to go get a new mouse. And my roommate was like, hey, I have that exact same mouse, except mine is white and the one I had was black. And she was like, I don't use it. You can have it if you want. I was like, well, fine. So I started using it, and it's the same brand, it's the same model, but the middle mouse button does not do that function in the game. And I couldn't tell you why. So that's why I go to the when I go to the inventory screen. That's why I use these buttons, because that's all your middle mouse button is doing. It's doing these things here, alt middle mouse. That's why it just doesn't work for me. But I get where you're coming from. Watch people do stuff. There are a few other people who I watch, and you'll watch like multiple episodes where the person's doing a thing, and you're like, why are you doing it like that? That is that is bad, or that's causing you problems. But I do get where you're coming from. I used to teach, and I used to teach martial arts, and when I would teach, it's really hard, especially with new students. You say like, all right, do this, and you show them the thing, and it's interesting because they don't see everything, right? Because they haven't learned to see everything yet. So like, you show them exactly how it's supposed to be done, and like all they see is where your arms went, not even your hands, not even your feet, right? Just where your arms went, and that's all they do. And you're like, all right, you know, fix your feet, fix your hands, fix your arms, fix your knees, fix your elbows, you know, turn your hips, turn your head, stand up straight, all these things. And in the very beginning, it's understandable because, like, yeah, sure, you don't know any better. And then there's like this middle ground. It's like, yeah, this like middle ground where like they've been presented all the material enough times that over the course of many different sessions, they've managed to get all the things. They just can't get all the things at once, and so it gets challenging when you're like, okay, you know, one of the ways to help retain memory is to force someone to remember. So, you know, there comes a point where you stop saying, fix your hands, fix your feet, fix your elbow, fix this, fix that. And you just look at them and go, what's wrong? You know, or fix it, you know, and then you have to wait. And yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard. Here we go. Oh, yeah, it's full. You be full. So yeah, so my workaround for the middle mouse is I have to come over here and find what I want, add it to the build planner, or if the thing's already started, I can right click to add to the build planner, and then I have to do this bad boy. It just doesn't work otherwise. All right, and boop. Here we go. All right, cool. Inventory. My stuff. Empty. Cargo. Yep. Do. Look at all that gold. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Oh, that's so many gold. I love it. 256. That's certainly got to be max. Awesome. And 100,000 ice. I love it. All right, so with that in mind, I think what I'll do is transfer that ice to the ship over there. And I need a place to add engines. Where can I add engines? Oh, let's see. I have thrusters right there. All right. I've been avoiding this, but I think it's time. Okay. G. Conveyor. I need. Yeah, I'm gonna need 2 of these and 1, 2, 3, 4. And then for engines, I'll need. Not enough. All right. Well, let's see what we can do. Yeah, we'll go with conveyor. Here. There. There. And here. What? I have steel. All right. That'll do it. So that'll get that engine up and running immediately. Awesome. And then that one will get going. That middle mouse button thing is that's like a thorn in my side too, because I have a lot of hours in the game, and that was something I learned to do very, very early on. So not being able to do that sucks. I mean, I've kind of gotten used to coming here now for this stuff. Um, wrong one, but it's still it sucks because if I'm really on autopilot, I will forget and then get frustrated all over again. Oh, don't worry about it, man. I mean, to be honest, like I can't like this was probably a very boring stream. Why does that not look connected? It's running. That's not connected. Oh, that sucks. I just wasted all that hydrogen. I have steel. I have steel. There are no. It sucks. Um, yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, I had to do a lot of mining this stream, so it's just as well to have something to kind of talk about to fill the time. So it's all good, man. I'm glad you're around to get the conversation going. All right, why do I hear these things keep starting up? Are we let me go check the hydrogen levels. You here. Battery, tanks, 36. Engine, you. 1, 2, 3. There we go. You recompile. Now you have 4 engines. 36. Charges, battery charges 100. That's good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I feel the same way when I watch, other people, even if they're doing something I've done many times myself. I also find it beneficial to watch because yeah, you catch things that they do that either you don't do or that you do and maybe you shouldn't or you don't think you should or whatever. Cool. So I don't know why it might just be a bug. Oh, they're all shut off. Shut them off. Why'd you shut them off? Because the batteries are charged. That's why. Right. Well, if the batteries are charged, let's get those refineries running then. Boom. Battery load at 0%. I don't believe you. All right. Well, okay. Well, we did that side. Sure. I have my things. Don't. Conveyor. Let's just do. One. All right. So I thought. Oh, that's why they didn't stick. Okay, I thought they would not float away because this would be connected, but that is a decorative block with pipes. So that's why it's not connected. Right. Well, just do that. Cool. And all right, there we go. Doot doot doot. Fine. Here. Yep. Whoops. We can even. Oh no, we can't do that yet.
Energy low.
And we need steel. 100 should do it. All right.
Energy critical.
That'll be fine. It's me. All right. I shouldn't have dumped that stuff I was holding. Of. All right, so we want this, and there's some steel. That's good. All right. That. And since we're here, uh, I like that.
No
Oh,
energy.
okay. Now it's an emergency. Uh-oh. Why am I not filling hydrogen? Well, since we're here. Engines. And recompile. Engines. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2. Off. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2. They are all shut down. Hydrogen tanks are at 38.9. Are they on stockpile? Oh, Jesus, they are. Okay. Oh, right, because I drained that small grid. That's why. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Well, what was I doing? Here we go. Alright, you're good? Really thought I had enough steel. Steel. That should be enough.
Inventory full.
Really? Right. Now I need the steel back. What the hell? Alright. Alright, you quirky bastard. Whatever. Alright, cool. Sweet. It's it's a bit much. I really liked just the two because they look kind of like little wings. This looks like it's trying a little hard, but hey, we need the power, so you know what? That's what we got to do. All right, drop everything off. You guys are good. All right, how are we looking? Okay, I don't understand. Do you have enough power or not? You don't. Hydrogen tank's 39.9. Load is 0. Battery. Let's put them on auto. Load is 39%. Load balance true. I really wish I had made so that you can put what that load balance threshold is. But I didn't. 40%. I'll tell you what, I'm going to shut this off. I'm just going to turn these bad boys on and let them do their thing. I shouldn't be burning the ice too fast. Alright, that's what it should sound like. Yeah. What is... Not you. Oh, that was it? Module. Alright. And those are the two on the assembler. Okay. Alright, great. Cool. And at this point, I am going to... Will this work? It will. It looks dubious. So we're going to go with that. And then, let's see, we'll do that. Yeah. And then that. And then that. And we'll put this. every now and then I like to take a moment to overbuild something. It gives me, I don't know, gives my brain time to breathe or something. Makes me happy though. Okay, so having done that, I can now grind down this here and replace it with a conveyor to there. That'll let me transfer ice, materials. Oh, I mean this side is an issue. Oh my goodness. Now we're right up against the wall over there. Okay. Yeah. Didn't think that through. That's right. Stick with the plan. Take care of this first. And you know what? We'll even do this. One. Um. Yeah. Do. Yep. Do that. Here. I need a C. Um. There. Oh my goodness. 3, 4, 5. There we go. All right, so we got that. Throw one of these guys on here. Right? And then, let's see, we've got that one, that one. Excellent. All right, so there we are. All right, that's connected up. Now, how do we want to get the actual ship connected up? Honestly, I'm kind of thinking of just building a temporary conveyor over the side and way up there. Yeah. Is there anywhere down here? Well, there is, sort of. I feel like this is probably the easiest place to build from, though. Let's see, we'll do that, that, that. Oh, right.
Energy low.
Oh. Oh, you're building a mega ship, huh? Mega as in mega size, mega as in mega duty, like it does like an everything ship, or what? Here we go. And I think think for now I'm not gonna disconnect it. All right, interior plate. Let's get a bunch of that. All right, there. Here. More. Down. 2, 3. Do 4. Whoops. All right, so I can't come all the way down because of those pieces. Let's see. There, there. That one.
Energy critical.
That one. 2, 3, 4. There we go. 5. Yeah, we'll do this one right here. 4, 3. So come out the side, drop down here, here, and I'll do. Actually, I'm gonna go here, and then I can do the same thing over here. There. Here we go.
No energy.
So like a mobile base. That's cool. That is the thing that I have a challenge doing. I've tried on a few times and I've never been happy with the results. So, yeah, cool. That's a big project. I feel like that's not enough. Yeah, there's nowhere near that. There's no way that's enough. Conveyor. You. Here. There we go. Wait. Yay. Okay. So now the ship looks like a variant Mario Brothers world. But we're good. Let's tell Izzy's to go ahead and manage all of that. Oops. So in here, not what I wanted. Somewhere around here, there is something about automated container assignment. No. Auto crafting. Special loadout refinery handling. Here we go. Enable ore balancing. Yes. Use dock refineries. That's what I want. Cool. And cargo. We're going to do ores, ingots, components. All right. I think sorting. Okay. Lock container, hidden container, treat not shown, no keyword, balance type, show fill bottles, automated container assignment, no. Auto crafting. I don't think so. Learn keywords, default modifiers, special loadout, refinery, handling, stone and scrap. For that. O2H2, don't do anything. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, enable ice. Okay. Let's see. Reactor handling. No, don't do anything. Assembler cleanup. Yeah, that's fine. Internal sorting. Not necessary. LCDs. Okay, I thought there was a similar setting as the refineries for whether or not to use connected cargo. Oh, yes, please do. All right, great. Reactor 58. Okay. Superconductors 103. I need 280. But we should be able to make them now. Right? Production. Yeah. Fantastic. Oh. Yeah, that is. You're trying to build a base ship in survival. That is that's a feat. Yeah, I wouldn't. I that's not for me. uh because like you said, you place a block and you're like, nope, that's not what I want. Take it away. I designed a large grid warship, a smallish, probably small by most people's standards, but for me it was one of my larger ships in my previous series, and I did that in survival, but I had like 3 or 4 build and repairs active, so I was building in the area that they were welding up. So I only had to place a block, and it would be welded up immediately. And then if I didn't want it, I could paint it pink, and it would go away almost immediately. So it was a lot faster than having to weld up and grind things down by hand. And I also used the higher weld and grind multipliers than our default. And even that took me I think it took me like 2 solid streaming sessions. Like it was like 6 hours to get that ship built. And then it took like another hour of configuration, of everything. But for what I ended up with, it's something that I probably could have done in 2 hours with creative tools enabled, which is normally how I design stuff. So, I'll design stuff in creative and then build it with projectors and survival. So I say that because to hear that you are building a massive base ship and designing it all in survival is, man, good for you, man. That is not something I think I could do. All right, did I accomplish my superconductors? I did. That's really nice. Okay, good. So that means I need to be preparing to leave. So I'm going to put this up to 1,000. Actually, I'm going to put it like that. I want 1,000 extra over the 280 that I'll need. The reactor components. Okay, I never found silver. Oh yeah, it wasn't a criticism. Yeah, different strokes. Yeah, not a criticism. That's why I was trying to say is that's not like I couldn't do that. I'm impressed that that is something you are doing. That's amazing. Yeah. Uh, Motors. That's fine. What? Kind of weird. I'm short on motors. I'm pretty sure I have enough material. Um, Gravity is fine. Large caliber ammo. Let's go ahead and bump that up to 300. And missiles, no. We do have that. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't imagine you were just like nonstop, like 50 hours straight, building a building a base ship in survival. That yeah, I fully expected that you were breaking it up by doing other stuff for sure. Okay, let's do. I need some ass. Learn. Production bullets. I need. You chill out for a second. I need those. Oh, you did it. Wow, that's fast. All right. Also, Liaren, learn. Give me those, and there you go. Learn that. Stop it. Come on, learn faster. Awesome. And I also want to do learn auto cannon magazines. I know there's a learn many tag that you can do to learn more than one thing at once, but it never works for me. Um, Learn works really fast, and it's very reliable. So I use that even if I have multiple things to learn because it just doesn't work for me. I don't know why. All right, let's get the artillery. Get those. Do. Oh my god! And you wanted to be able to land on the Earth Lake? Wow! I want to see that when you're done, man. That's gonna be amazing. That is gonna be incredible. You have over 100 large downward thrusters. That's insane. Wow. Large railgun ammo. Small. Why is it why are these popping up? Large railgun Sabo. Large railgun. 5. The quota is 5. Large caliber ammo. The quota is 3. Why are you trying to make them? Stop it. What the fuck? All right. And I don't mind that we have it. All right. So, autocannon clip. Um, all right. Yeah, we'll do 100. Large caliber ammo. I'm going to do 0 and accumulate. Large railgun ammo. I'm going to do 100 and accumulate. Medium caliber ammo. 300 is fine. Missiles. No. No missiles. No. Accumulate. Yeah, we can just accumulate those. That's fine. Small railgun ammo. We'll do. Large railgun was 100. All right, the small ones we'll do 100 and accumulate. Okay. Superconductor. You're almost there. Fantastic. 380. This should be a multiple of 80, I think. So, well, that's 5. 8 times 5 is 300. Well, 8 times 5 is 30. So 80 times 5 is 300. You know what? Doesn't matter. I don't have platinum anyways. Okay. Four mining ships with Pam and grind everything come with. No, I get that. It's not the resource gathering part that I'm in shock over. It's the sheer magnitude of the building project. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna
Energy critical.
again. Whoops. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, let's try and finish these off. You ran out of gold after building your 37th jump drive. Wow. You know what? I don't think I've built 37 jump drives in my entire time playing this game total. Ever. That is, oh my God, dude. That is a huge build project. All right, you need, well, I need 120 to really be done. And I actually think I'm going to keep this guy. I'm going to need a miner as soon as we make that jump. Anyway, and I've worked through all the pain of getting that one working, so I think I'm just going to take it with me. Get this a little bit smaller. There we go. Rust 0 out of 300. Cool. How are we doing on ore and ingot? Let's do ore. Let's see what we're working with here. Actually, let's do this. You are not ingots. This one are back. We'll do like that. And then you are not ore. There. Cargo. Large. Ingots, ores, and components. Oh, that must be on the ship. Yeah, that's on the ship. Okay. Or here, let's see. Do-do, 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 do-do. There we go. Oh, you moved him right back. You're such a turd. All right. Still. Is this going to work over here? No, I think they're split. Yeah. Oh, okay. That one. And there. All right. Oh, yeah, we just put more things over here. Whatever. It's fine. Gravel. All right, we've got some of that. Magnesium. Not a lot, but you know, it's some. Silicon. It's fine. Nickel. That's pretty low. Um, but we have all the everything's up to quota, so you know that's all right. Iron is fine. Um, it's not ambitious, but it's fine. Uh, Gold. Okay, we don't have much. Make tools, whatever. Cobalt, not bad. Uranium, that's not bad. We don't have like a huge abundance, but we have a little bit, you know, to work with. Let's see. Processing uranium. Okay. Hmm. You know, uh, I'm sort of thinking of mining away the stone, converting this to a ship, and just flying off with it. I mean, it's in place and it's working. Hmm. Something else I need to keep in mind or figure out is the ship as is does not have enough to hold all the material. 26,000 and 64,000. But the ship's large cargo is full. All right. So one solution I think will be to let it process a little bit more. Um, I was kind of hoping to find some platinum or something before I left. Some silver would be nice too. Awesome. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely let me know when you publish that thing, man, or when you get it all done. Even if you don't publish it, screenshots or whatever would be cool. That's just, man, that blows my mind. I can't imagine building something that big. Um, I know people do it, but it's not. That's not something I can imagine me doing. That is just amazing. Okay, that's what the iron and the ice is. That is the uranium and the iron. This is the cobalt. The Mayday is the actual jump task. What was that? Ah, damn it. There we go. That is just a weird looking asteroid. Okay. If you paste it in survival. Yeah, I imagine. I was thinking it was probably so big that it's like I wouldn't even consider trying to load it. That's just too much. All right, power's low. I have okay, well, I'm gonna restock my oxygen and hydrogen, and I think I'm just gonna jet back over to some of those other asteroids and poke around real quick. And there's two reasons I'm gonna do that. One is I'm here, I'm established, I'm ready to process stuff. If I can find what I need, this is just a great time. I'm already set up, I can get it processed and get going. Oh, what is this? The other reason is doing this will give the refineries a little bit of time to do some of that magnesium. Look at that. It's magnesium. So going and poking those other asteroids will give my industrial stuff a little bit more time to process some of that ore, which will cut down on the volume of cargo I'll need to move. And that's the uranium and the iron. Okay. There's my stuff. All right, so let's go check these out. Gold. Nice. Oh, what's that? That's probably nickel. Oh man, yeah. Ooh, that's great. Okay. The nickel and gold on this one. Gold and nickel. Oh, that's part of this one. All right, and there we go. Let's go check out that one. That would be so neat if it were possible to transfer resources between games. Like I'm in an area that is really rich in minerals, and to mine it and then somehow send it to you in your game because you're like, I need gold, you know? That would be pretty cool. I think that would be pretty cool. Of course, the first thing that comes to my head when I think about that, about how to do that, is like player market, uh, which just leaves a bad taste in my mouth because I've never seen a player market that was remotely like satisfying in any aspect. All right, this looks like that's cobalt. Okay. So a circle of cobalt. Anything else over here? That's it? Just one? Yeah, marketplace. I've played a couple games that had a marketplace or a player market, whatever you want to call it, where basically players could trade stuff, and honestly, it just sucked. And I'm like, I couldn't tell you the specific reason. I can give you vague reasons, but like, I couldn't tell you the specific reason beyond like it's not implemented well, you know, whatever. But it usually comes down to some form of you have whales that dominate the market, you know, and then they make the prices do. Uh, that's random. You know, the prices get crazy, you know, because someone who's, you know, dropped $1,000 on premium currency or some nonsense, you know, is completely disrupting the market. So, you know, I don't know, just a couple of games I've played that have had a way for players to trade things, like like outside of the game. It's just always sucked, and it's not like I've never used it because I'm like, you know, I would like to get the thing, and then I go and I look, and it's like, oh, the thing is like so far out of the realm of anything I will ever be able to produce while playing this game that I'll never be able to get it unless I want to go and like spend, you know, $30 or $50 or $500 on some sort of premium nonsense in order to be able to afford the things to buy the whatever I wanted off the market. So maybe it comes back to the premium currency. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine a project that big, a big base ship like that, and then you're only working on it, you know, because you know you have other things to do. Like that's, yeah, I can imagine that's taking a long time. I think for me, like personally, that's kind of why I don't do things like that. And I'm not saying this is why I'm smart for not doing it, and you're not, or anything like that. I I just like the things that I value, right? That is one of the reasons I've never done that in survival, and I probably never will. Is the cost, right? Like you said, like going is so slow because you only get to work on it a few days a week, and you know because you have other obligations, completely reasonable. Um, and for me, like I would have to invest all of that time, and at the end, when I finally got finished, the sad truth of the matter for me is that I will probably be disappointed with the results. So, you know, I'd rather just go into creative and do my best with 100% flexibility and, you know, be a lot faster about it so that I can build the thing and see whether or not I like it. Because I'm usually going to be disappointed anyways because I suck at building massive projects like that. And, you know, kind of get it over, get it done with, and be like, oh, yeah, this was a terrible idea. You know? rather than spending, several real world months trying to, put all my spare time or most of my spare time into it, and then discovering at the end, like, yeah, I'm really not happy with this. It sucks. That's the way I am. Like I said, I'm not advocating one way or another. I'm just saying that's why this is not a route that I would ever go down myself. Used to do that years ago. Sims Online. Oh yeah, I never played Sims Online. I played The Sims, but I never got into the online part. That actually Sims Online actually came about after, like, well after I ever played The Sims. I think when I played it, it was still just a desktop game, and there was no online component. Yeah. Well, I hope you're not disappointed. I hope you're really happy with what you made. I just, I know me. Is there some stuff? Ice. That's disappointing. All right. There's ice inside the wormhole here. Hmm. All right. Well, oh, I've already done this one. Okay, let's go look at that. See some shiny stuff here. Oh, that's just the skybox. Oh, no. Oh, this is the one I saw from the distance that I thought, no, no, it's not. No, it's not. But there is ice up here. Okay, well, that's cool. And part of the reason I'm marking all these is, one, so that when I look at the asteroids, I know if I've explored it or not. And then two, after the jump, there's no reason that I can't come back here. Is this magnesium? Yes. Okay. There's no reason I can't come back here if I really get myself in a bad way for resources. So we'll go here, GPS, magnesium, and iron. Cool. Oh, silver or platinum? Silver. Hey, I can make reactor parts now. That's cool. Silver. All right, that's one of the ones I wanted. Sweet. How far away is that from where I parked? 15 kilometers. All right. Could be worse. All right, I parked down there. Let's go to this one. We'll sort of kind of work my way back towards where we're set up.
Energy low.
Nice. Yeah, I tend to do that as well. I tend to focus on what it needs to do when I'm building something, and then let the form follow that function. Which I learned very recently. I think it was like this past week. Um, because I know a lot of people uh, know of the whole idea of like form follows function, and a lot of people like subscribe to that, especially like in games and stuff, or like building where you're building things. But I learned just last week that is actually related to I'm not an expert in this field, so if I'm wrong, don't come down too hard on me. But I believe that's related to the brutalist movement in architecture. The whole, which is like the big, ugly, concrete, massive, imposing structures, is brutalism, and like that was or is one of the tenets of brutalist architecture is form follows function, I guess, or maybe that's where it started from. I don't know. There's a woman architect on YouTube who's I don't know how she got in my feed, but she always does, like, she has really interesting, like, uh, essays, I guess you would call it, on different aspects. A lot of times she'll talk about like architecture from a movie, or like hypothetical architecture, like arcologies. Oh shit! Whoa! Like arcologies or floating cities or stuff like that. It's really interesting. And her videos can vary anywhere from like 15 minutes to they're usually a bit longer. Like they can be like 15 to 45 minutes. Anyway, she published one like this past week that I watched. I wasn't giving it my full attention, which is why I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details. But it was about brutalist architecture, and I remember hearing her say,
Energy critical.
"Oh shit." She didn't say "oh shit." I said "oh shit." That's not where I parked. Oh yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, she was saying, she was talking about brutalist architecture and where it came from and the guy, and she got really deep. And this is normal for her. She'll get deep into like the psychology or the mental state or the state of the world or society or the current hot topics in politics of a given era, or when a given architectural philosophy evolved. And it's really fascinating. I'm like have zero interest in architecture in general, but she makes it interesting. And yeah, anyways, she was talking about that, and she mentioned form follows function, and I'm like, hey, I do that. I do that thing. Oh, hope I don't die. Let's see, 3 kilometers at 100 meters a second. I think it'll be close, but I think it'll be all right. Oh no, I just went 3 to 2 to 1. Let's turn the lights off. Maybe that'll help. Oh, it's gonna be really close. Yikes. At least,
Low energy.
at least your jetpack doesn't stop working when you Oh, what? Fuck me. Oh my god, I didn't die. Oh my goodness. Oh, yay, we made it. Wow. I can't believe I did that. I fat fingered the dampener. I hit it, my finger slipped off, and I guess it just barely slowed me down enough to not die from that ugly collision. You thought you were going to be an architect in high school? Yeah. Yeah, I got you, man. You know what though? I think that's pretty. Like, even though you didn't go that route because you decided it wasn't for you. I still think that's pretty cool. I never really had the like. This is what I want to be when I grow up. I never had that. Nothing ever captured my imagination that much. Even like the closest things I ever had were like, I want to be an airplane designer, which is not a job that exists. You don't have airplane designers. You have people who design high efficiency wings, or airfoils, and you have people who design engines or engine intakes. Like no one person sits down and says, "Well, I think the wings should go like that, and the nose will be like that." Like But that was like the only thing that I ever was like, yeah, this is what I want to do when I grow up. So, people who are like, oh, I've always wanted to be a doctor or, architect or whatever. Um, I think that's interesting. I never was able to do that. It just never happened to me. Okay, I want the silver, so let's go and get the silver. We should be good. Yeah, I see three green there, three green there. That's fantastic. Yeah, see, now we got it figured out. How, yeah. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, let's go. We are a roofer. Oh, you know what? You change careers every 10 to 12 years. That is pretty damn good. Um, there are people out there who, through, not necessarily through any fault of their own, who've changed careers, every 2, 3 years. So that's not bad. Hey, sweetie. Where's my silver at? Own signals. Ice 2, ice 3. Oh, right. There's AU, magnesium. Um, did I fat finger it and not make the GPS? Because that would be hilarious. No, it's right there. It's just AG. Okay, just AG. I don't see. Wait a minute. What's that? All right, let's. Over. There it is. Oh, it's weird. I guess it was hidden by the others. Lulu. Let's not do that. Oh, it's so mad. All right. Yeah. Silver. Oh wow. That's a really neat career trajectory though. Doing all those different fields. That's really neat. CNC machinist, and military CNC machinist, commercial electrician, and then truck driving. Those are all. That's pretty cool. I would imagine with of course I don't know what you did in the military, but between the CNC machinist and the electrician, like I would guess you're probably would pick up like what is it called, like not 3D printing, but like these people who they just build shit, like on YouTube, and it's not like they're like, I bought this tire and this motor and put them together. They're like, no, I made this piece and I made these other 100 pieces and I fit them all together and I made a motor, and like that seems like something. I bet you could do that. Uh, that's amazing. I couldn't do any of that stuff. Oh, what's that? There are little twinkly things. What are those? Is that is that like a hidden pirate base, but the asteroid hasn't rendered or something? That's interesting. I would like to go and explore that. I don't know if I will be able to, but I would like to. That's really cool. the the one constant has been coffee to start the day. Yeah, got you on that. I do energy drinks myself. I never acquired the taste for coffee. Tried, but I was never. I would like, yeah. Funny though, I think coffee smells good. Um, like if someone makes like coffee, especially like fresh ground coffee. I mean, man, that smells great. That smells amazing. But I'm like, oh, this tastes like dirt. That's of course just me though. I remember when I was a kid, we used to have these things called shopping malls, right? I'm sure you've heard of them. I'm sure you've been to some. Um, of course, they're all dying these days. But there was this really huge mall near where I lived. I lived on the East Coast near Washington D.C. So high populous area, and the malls were massive. This one mall, it was like 8 floors, 8 stories tall, and it was probably multiple square miles in size. It was gargantuan, and there was a toy store that I used to love to go to. It was like a hobby shop. So it wasn't just like toys. It was like hobbies. So you could buy like models and role playing games and stuff like that. And right next to it was, I don't know what the term is in like absolute plebeian, like layman's terms, it would be a tobacco shop, I guess. But this was like for people who have the means and inclination to say spend several $100s on a tobacco pipe or a humidor or something like that, right? And and you could go in and they sold, like they had all these tobacco accessories, which I couldn't tell you because I didn't understand what any of them were, so I don't remember. But they had, it was a weird combination. They were like tobacco accessories and then a whole lot of knives and stuff, which now that I think about it is seems kind of weird, but I know nothing about tobacco as a recreational hobby. So maybe that's not weird. It seems from my perspective it's weird. Um but the thing is they always had like fresh tobacco like out, almost like a potpourri, just like out to you could like you could smell it like as you walked by or whatever, and it smelled great. It didn't smell like cigarettes or cigarette smoke or cigar smoke or anything like it. It just had a really nice smell. Um, but I'm not a smoker. I've never been a smoker, and like actual cigarette smoke makes me gag. Like I bought a car that was used, lightly used, um, but the woman who owned it before me did smoke a little bit, and it was like 3 years before I stopped smelling the smoke. And honestly, most of the people who'd ever like been in the car were like, I don't smell the smoke, and I'm like, I can smell the smoke. So like it's not even like, well, of course you liked it, you don't have a problem with the smoke. No, I absolutely have a problem with the smoke, but I still was like, this tobacco cigar shop smells pretty damn good. Yeah, I've heard. Um, I don't remember the source, but I've heard that military police actually don't make good civilian policemen, and that police agencies would rather hire infantry when it comes to former service members. They would rather hire infantry than military police. And the reason that I was told is that the things you can and cannot do, and the legality of what you can and cannot do, and all that is very, very different. So for the infantry, like first of all, you're going to be in pretty good shape, and you have like close quarter combat skills and good like aim, but you have like the fighting side down, right? So you just need to learn the cop side. And whereas the military police, all of their training, a lot, or I don't say all of it, but like a lot of it or enough of it is actually negative training compared to the civilian police. And this is what I was told. I'm not definitely not an expert, so I don't know, but that's what I've heard. So it may be good that you didn't go that route because it might have been very challenging and unsatisfying. Yeah, yeah, they did. Yeah, those shops they did vanish, and along. I mean, for the most part, with the malls they were in. Yeah, it's funny now too when I think about it because I would just go in, like I'd get finished at the toy store, looking at whatever, buying whatever games I want, and then I would go into the tobacco store and just walk around and look at stuff, and that just seems kind of weird to me now. Like I'm like they just let a kid come into a tobacco store. I mean, is that should they do that? you know? Yeah. Let's get some of this yummy silver. Hi, Lulu. Oh, Lulu. Lulu wants lunch. Oh, Lulu, are you hungry? Oh, are you being cute? Are you being cute for lunch? Normally, she waits for. We have a button, that the cats can push it and it says a word. And we had. I was training them for a while, or well, I was training the one cat for a while when she was our only cat, and I forget the words I had. I think I had hungry. Well, I know I had hungry, and then I think the other words were. Yeah, I don't remember. It was a little kit that had like four buttons in it, and three of them ended up breaking, and the only one that worked, like never broke, and continues to this day, like 3 4 years later, still works, is the one that says hungry. And so my one cat knows when she's hungry, she can go push the button. Especially like if she's hungry and I have not fed them yet, she can go push the button to be like, "Hey, hungry." It was kind of funny. And what is that red stuff? What's that glowing red stuff? Is that from my? Oh, that's from my engines. Um, and then we have our newer, relatively newer cat, Lulu. She doesn't know how to use the button, but I do think she understands what it means because Pan Pan will go. Our first cat will go and push it sometimes when she's hungry and feels that you know I need to get on the ball to feed them. And the Lulu, the other cat, she knows immediately. She's like, "Oh yeah, this is what I'm interested in." Yeah, I think you're right. I think the yes, like socially and legally, smoking started to be more like less socially acceptable, and then like it was more restricted in a lot of places. So yeah, I bet you're right. That's probably had a lot to do with why those sorts of places disappeared. Hi, sweetie. It just looks like lava. That red on the silver in there. That's really cool. Oh, I know, sweetie. Hello. Oh, sweetie. You just woke up and you're hungry, huh? 44%. Awesome. Well, I think it might be a stretch to say I'm happy with this miner. Um, but I am overall pretty happy with its performance. Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, congratulations on quitting. And yeah, I can only imagine what that is like. I've been fortunate that I've never had to seriously quit anything like that in my life. Um, oh, I know. I have at various times when my daily consumption of like energy drinks or candy or whatever has gotten to a level that I'm like I don't think this is a good idea. You know, had to cut back, and that's been pretty tough. Um, and so like I don't not I'm not I don't want to like trivialize trying to quit smoking. I'm just saying that like that's like the toughest thing I've had to do. In terms of like having to quit something, and that was hard. So I can only imagine how much harder it must be to quit smoking. So man, good luck with that. Like, you know, you made it 2 weeks. That's awesome, and you know, I hope you manage to uh, make it permanent or as long as you want. That's great, man. Me too. My cats have an interesting dynamic. The younger one, Lulu, who does not know how to use the buttons. One thing she does know how to do is bug the Pan Pan, the older one. So Lulu was over here. She just woke up, and I know she's hungry. As she was like rubbing on my leg, and I was petting her, and she clearly did not get what she wanted, which was food. So she went over to where Pan Pan was sleeping and just laid down on top of her, which Pan Pan did not appreciate. So Pan Pan woke up and is now sitting staring at me from across the room like this is somehow my fault. Yeah. You know, yeah, I love the automation too, and I'm not really sure why this is the case, but for some reason I don't like the Pam script. I'm not sure why. I I I don't I couldn't tell you. And I love the idea of automation. I've wanted to get to there's something I've not done this yet, but for example, when the AI blocks came out, you know, that like you have the capacity to like automate landing and docking. So the idea of Getting like I just have to get close to my ship and then I push a button and then it takes over like auto park. Like that's cool and that's something I am. It's on my list of things to mess with and implement. And if it's something that is reliable, that'll be a standard feature on everything I build moving forward. Um, so I love the idea of automation. The automated doors, like my doors are on timers, so I don't have to close them and all that. And I can't put my finger on it. I don't know why. I've just something about Pam, and I don't know if it's Pam specifically or the idea. I don't think it's the idea of automated mining. I don't know why. It might be because I didn't write it. The case of the not invented here. Um, don't I don't know for sure. Uh, but I've always been like I just feel it in like feel it in my bones. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, no, I don't want to use that. And I don't know why. Like most things I don't want to use, I can tell you why. Like for example, weapon core. Weapon core it has a lot of great characteristics, but I don't like using it, right? Because I think the interface is awkward. Like it's not intuitive. And it doesn't you can't like if you're gonna play with weapon core, you need to always play with weapon core, because if you make a blueprint and then you try to use that blueprint in a game that doesn't have weapon core, even if you had like weapon core versions of the vanilla weapons, like your hotbars are gonna be messed up and all that. So like I don't use weapon core because of the interface issue, and then the other issues, like I said, that you can't transfer back and forth. So so in most cases I can usually say like why I don't like something. Not that it's bad. It's just like why like personally I'm not interested. But Pam is one of those things where like I don't know why. I have several friends that use it. They love it. I've seen a lot of YouTubers use it and love it, and it works great. And for whatever reason, I'm just like, nope, don't like it. And I fully get that it's like how useful it is. It's not that I don't appreciate the utility. I don't know. I'm just for whatever reason. Boring ship and let Pam do it. Yeah. All right, sweetie. Oh my goodness. Come on, lard ass, get going. Yep. This piece of crap turned out to be pretty useful. I'm not surprised. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is that your tail? Did you get your tail? Oh my goodness, you got your tail. I don't remember it taking this long to get out here. Like, wow. Yeah. Yeah, build and repair is cheaty. Yeah, and I've actually that's actually the first time I've ever used it in like my own games. Like I've been on servers where they existed, and I've been in those same servers where I've been in factions and they've had it all set up and all that. Same with like whatever the one is called. It's like a server plugin. It's called like Ship Builder or something, and you basically set up the blueprint you want, and then like after a lengthy delay, like the ship just like pops in or something. I don't know what it's called, but um, yeah, that was the first time I ever used it in one of my own games, and I forget like well, I didn't have it in the game originally, and I had no like it didn't even occur to me. It's just not a mod that I normally that I use. Period. And it was just like a confluence of things kind of came together at the same time. The it was for the Gamma project, the one where I was restoring the green base, and it's a huge base, and I'm basically gonna grind down and replace every block or nearly every block in the base, and flesh it out, make it, modernize it. And I was on like I don't know, maybe my second or third stream, and someone just suggested it, and and I kind of gave him the same spiel. I'm like, yeah, I don't normally, I really, I just don't use it, and and then and then the stream ended, and I was kind of like thinking about it, like after that, just kind of not the build and repair specifically, but just the conversations that I'd had, and I was like, I forget what my reasoning was, but it just kind of came down to I was just like, well, why not? Don't remember. Uh, I don't remember what my rationale was, but I was like, I don't think it's gonna hurt anything that I'm doing as far as like the story that I'm telling or the game that I'm playing. Like, it's fine. So and I was trying to keep an open mind, like many people, I have the things I like, I have the things I don't like, and I have the way I want to do things. And bar, the build and repair is not something that I like normally use or want to, that's not how I do things. Um, but I was trying to keep an open mind. I was like, you know what? Sure, why not? And so I threw the mod on for the next stream, and to be honest, I'm kind of glad I did on the one hand because I think I'd probably still be doing that series if I hadn't, uh, because there was so much work to do. I think that was a factor. I was just like, you know, um, I'll be here forever, just grinding down all the damn interior blocks on this base, um, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. It'll let me be a little more, um, have a faster turnaround on the changes that I'm making and on the on being creative and all that and whatever. So I was like, yeah, it's fine. I don't think it won't hurt anything. Um, and then on the other hand, like, yeah, I have a tiny little bit of regret because um, build and repair does make things so easy that after the series ended and I went back to say like my own games, and then I started this series, and like you feel it, it's like withdrawal. You're like, oh man, everything was so easy before. You just place that first block and boom, it gets built up. You don't even have to carry the material for the rest of it, and then if you put down three armor blocks and then you run out of material, you just wait for it to build up, grind one a little bit, you've got 10 more plates, you put the next 10 blocks. You like you can get really fast and efficient with it, and it's like it felt kind of like what I imagine withdrawals is like, because I'm like, oh man, I feel the pain of not having that anymore so much, which is weird because it's like I said, that's the first time I've ever used it in one of my own games, and I haven't played on a server in a couple years at least. So uh, it's not like it's ever been a regular part of my gameplay. But man, I felt it. I was like, wow, this it really does change things. So, but yeah, I get you. Yeah, it can feel a bit cheaty. Um, 100%. And I may have even said that when it was suggested. I was like, yeah, it's a little cheaty, but it is what it is. As you said, right? We have our own priorities. Yeah, yeah. one of I don't remember the exact train of reasoning that I went through, but I remember a long time ago I was watching. I believe it was. I think it was a Splitsy uh, video. I don't know if it was a tutorial or one of his. I think it was probably one of his longer series, and he made a comment about how when he plays his games, especially for something that he's streaming, he always maxes out like the grind, the weld, the refining, and the assembly speed multipliers. And up until that video that I was watching, I never did that. I always use the default, which are like 1x or whatever they are. And he's like, I always max them out. And he said, and the reason that he gave, I thought made a lot of sense because he's like, I'm doing a video for streaming, right? And um, if I need to build 10 blocks, I can either spend 10 seconds building 10 blocks, or I can spend 60 seconds building 10 blocks. So from the viewer's perspective, there's no difference except how much time was spent watching me build 10 blocks. He's like, and it was kind of the same thing that I just said. He's like, it doesn't really change anything in the game to set the things faster, as like the story wise or whatever scenario is. He's like, it's all the same. If you're grinding or welding 10 times faster or 5 times faster, you're using 10x or 5x the power or whatever. So it kind of balances. And he was like, so that's why I do that. And I was like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. So thereafter, I started using the higher speeds. And that was actually even before I started streaming. I was just like, even just personally, I was like, it makes sense. It doesn't actually change much of the game. There are a few, like if you really want to get down to it, like there are things like at the lower weld speed, for example, the time it takes you to weld a block, your refinery is running longer. So there's like it's consuming more ore and producing more ingots. So if you have a higher weld speed, it's not got enough time, so you can actually outpace the production of your refinery. But then if you have a higher refinery speed, it balances out or whatever. And I just ultimately, and then I guess you could say like, well, because I don't think that like say refining and assembly multipliers, I don't think those adjust power consumption. I think hand tools do. Well, I'm not positive, but anyway, he had presented a pretty good argument, and I was like, you know what, that's a very good argument. And from my perspective, I think that applies not just to streaming, but like I'm willing to grant that those are valid points even from a single player game. And so I just did it from there on out. And then when I started streaming, I continued for both of the reasons. So and I think there was some of that going on too when whoever it was had suggested, hey, you should add the bar. My first inclination was like, nah, that's too cheaty. And then I was like, you know what? I don't think that changes anything. Yeah, it's faster, but this is a really big project, and I don't want it to take absolutely forever. So, sure. So, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Whoops. There we go. I I didn't start messing with inventory size for a long time either. Actually, I was very like, yeah, I was pretty hardcore like vanilla. Um, I don't even think I used mods for very very much. I mean, now I run like with 130 routinely, but but um, but yeah, I didn't even mess with inventory size. And then I don't know if it was the same video or if it was something else, and I don't know if it was It's really fuzzy because I came to this conclusion like a long time ago, but I was like, it might have been a Splitsy video, but it was kind of the same argument, like the same reasoning of, well, if you use 10x the character inventory, like, and then you go pick stuff up and you go weld it, you're still watching the person build stuff. And what you aren't doing is you aren't seeing as much running back and forth to get supplies. So are you really losing anything? Like, does it really hurt the storytelling or the playthrough or anything? And not not really. I mean, I guess if you're maybe a super purist, then yeah, it probably does. But for the most part, like, probably not. And that was kind of like the understanding or whatever that I was going through my head, and I was like, well, I fall on the side of, like, I don't think it does. Yeah, that doesn't really matter at all. It just means you're running back and forth 1/10 as often, and you're still building the things, and you're still doing the same stuff. So from there on after, I always set the character inventory to 10x. I do leave the grid inventories at 1x, because I don't want to overfill them and then like go and try and use a blueprint on a server and have like and be like, for like, take for example, a connector will hold a large grid connector will hold 200 rounds of large grid rail ammo and at 1x multiplier, right? And I don't want to say build something with a 10x multiplier and get used to having 2,000 rounds of ammo, and so learn to use that grid in a certain way. Like, for example, I shoot all the time, shoot first, shoot last, shoot always, right? Or build lots of, like, put like say 10 railguns on it, and I'm like, yeah, I got plenty of ammo, and then go to a server or something and try to use the same blueprint, and then suddenly I'm like, I can only carry 1/10 as much. So I don't change the grid inventory multipliers, but I definitely I put the character one at 10x. Yeah. Yeah. Sweet. Oh, got our silver. So now we can make reactors. Sweet. We got some bullets. Here we go. Silver, 104. Right. All right. Anything in here? No, it's been drained. Fantastic. Okay. And what do the refineries look like? Refine. Okay, they're all processing. They're all processing silver. Cool. That suggests that all right. That's I was going to say that suggests that maybe it was they were working on the assemblers working on um, these reactor components, but they're not even listed here. So I'm going to guess they are done. Reactor 94 and 6. That's 200. I mean, that's 100. That's fantastic. All right. We still have a lot of ore to process. I think. Yeah. Oh yeah. 180,000. Okay. Still, that's a huge improvement as well. So this one's full. There's a lot of ore. Oh, there's a lot of ore in here. Okay. I thought all this had been reduced to that, so that's not the case. So there's a lot to process. Okay. Especially considering these all have speed modules, not yield. Oof. All right, cool. Well, I'll tell you what, I am going to call it for now. I think that is plenty of time. I didn't take any breaks, so this is definitely going to be one long episode. There's still commercials on TV. That sucks. Um, but yeah, I think that's going to be it for now. Thanks for hanging out, Robert, and whoever the other mysterious people are that kind of jump in and out, make my viewership look like a sawtooth. Um, Appreciate you hanging out and giving me stuff to talk about, and during those long, boring flights to and from asteroids or while mining or whatnot. It's been fun. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. I'll look forward to next time whenever that happens, and I guess I'll see you later, man. Take it easy. Goodbye.